Good morning. We lost 59-15. Jesus fucking Christ, you scared me. Nice. 5,900 still pretty decent support here. Bulls just reloading. They could be. Um, Obviously, this wasn't a great GDP print for the Bulls. And then also there was no upside positioning to secure or stabilize the run yesterday. Nice nuke. Did you see home sales? Fucking wrecked. Yeah, they've not been good. Loan applications were really bad too. Let's chill on the home sales. I gotta dump my bags. Oh no, what are you doing? Are you moving in with Dork? Why the fuck would you move to Texas? Oh, alright. There's like 1,000 other places to live in the country that aren't Seattle or Texas. I need a tech hub. What about yeah. I've been to Texas, Bob. It is not. It's just fucking hot all the time. It's I hope you know it's gonna be like 80 to 100 degrees every day. No, don't go to the Bay Area. That's also terrible. The weather is not nicer than I think. I've fucking been to Austin like 50 times. It's just as terrible as I think it is. No, I just had work there. Dude's lying. The weather is not nice here. And there we have it. Yeah, it's dilution. You missed our discussion about Gamma Strike's first property last night. The church. I can't believe how close we are to last night's close. It's kind of nuts. Why the drop? I thought this was going to pump. GDP was bad. So you opened low, like below 59.50, which was where bulls had support. And so anything below that and all the delta and the dispersion trade starts getting dumped, which is what we've seen all morning. We're getting oversold? No. We're not even flat day over day. Oh, by the way, NVIDIA lost 140. If we find stable support, then yes, but we haven't yet. We keep dumping. Like, support at 25 failed, support at 15 failed. Now we have support at 5,900, and that hasn't fully failed yet, but it's slipped a little bit. Don't worry, Todd just woke up. He had a late night. VX went down so hard it threw VIX into backwardation. All of the tariffs allowed under like the standard presidential tariff powers. So like the tariffs on steel and like aluminum, those would stay in place. The 10% tariffs can stay in place. Nvidia beat earnings but lowered guidance. Yesterday you mentioned Fubo is undervalued if the merger doesn't go through because they get a big fat pile of cash. Could you talk a bit about your expectations for if the merger did go through or gets blocked when you get a second? I have no idea what the terms of the merger would be. I mean, the merger going through means dilution for Fubo, which isn't great in the short term. Um, Obviously. Fed speech, 15 minutes. Goolsby. I don't think that's going to have a huge impact on the market. Pending home sales is really bad. Is that price killing dilution or able to cover kind of like GME did? I mean, I think a lot of it's already priced in to Fubo's price. Yeah, I am gray. I'm a little sick. Doing sick plus allergies now, which is fucking great. It's just like a little cold, but it still sucks. I could get scurvy if I stopped because I'm allergic to fruit. I've never gotten it before, but I feel like it's possible. I feel like your allergies only got stronger after the shots. I also I also feel like that's true. Sounds like someone needs a Mai Tai. Hmm, I don't know about that. I do eat a lot of broccoli, green vegetables in general. It's the blue hat. Bulls loaded up yet? No. I mean, as loaded up as they were yesterday at close. There's a lot of bot pits around here. We fell literally right back into the same range that we were chopping in yesterday. Good morning. More bearish than yesterday because the dispersion trade is unwinding after NVIDIA. NVIDIA caught a tiny bounce at 140. Very, very small so far. But yeah, I mean, the if it gets a full mean reversion back to like yesterday's levels, like back to like 136 or so, then that would probably drive a bigger breakdown in correlation than we're already seeing. We're kind of seeing we're kind of seeing dispersion, like correlation, move up pretty rapidly today. So is the top in? Mm, no, not necessarily. What's the word? Probably stuck here for most of the day, I would say. What's up, Tom? How did you see resistance 390 for Fubo? I wrote that down yesterday. It's like been like a long-term resistance on Fubo. It's older, but important. Yeah, no, another day of chop. Price action's pretty constrained here. There's bot puts to the upside, bot puts to the downside. There's really no bullish support. Unless there's some 59.10 bot calls, but those are kind of selling off. Yeah, collar roll tomorrow, but little collar. What port size is it safe to play SPX? It's not safe, it's just less risky. With a larger port, you're better able to manage your positioning. Um, I probably would stay away from it sub 10,000 unless you're on sell side. And really like 25. Just at the money weeklies. 43s. Have you ever calculated what your hourly wage is based on the hours you work? I did do it for YouTube one time. Yeah, it's below minimum wage. But for training, I don't think I have ever done it now. YouTube's still worth it because your community is so smart and handsome and awesome and handsome. How long until we get Trump rage tweets? He's definitely going to start going on about judges. Although, I think there's a really good chance that Trump just ignores the International Trade Court. What's the hat supposed to be hiding? A little rat on your head directing the trades you make. I wish. Yeah. It's always a big emergency. I've never had a man bun. Even when I had long hair, I didn't have a man bun. Yeah, just a perm. I think next I'll go with broccoli hair. Befitting of a YouTuber, of course. Unsubbed. This still looks really choppy. There's a little bit of call interest at 10 and 15. Some out of the money calls at 25, but bot puts still at every single strike here. And a bunch of bot puts at 90 and 85 to the downside. Are you doing worse this week than usual? No. No. Straddles have been good. Very good. Sorry. Fill the gap at 59.20. Maybe that's what they're trying for. I could see it happening at some point today. I don't know if this is that move, but it's close enough to spot right now that it would make some sense. Like a test of delta flip, I think, would close it. So you sound like someone who closed your calls last night, this morning, but yes. Before GDP. I set my alarm for 15 minutes before GDP. Woke up and closed my calls. And the puts were dead, so there was no reason for me not to keep them. How cool is it that you can make up lines that are relevant to the underlying asset, which no one else knows about? Win DFGF in trading books. Have you ever read a trading book? They're mostly garbage. Like an actual trading book. They're the worst. Do you think I've read trading books? Maybe. I don't know. I guess straddles don't work if you can't trade pre-market. Yeah, they do. You'll make more money if you can trade pre-market, but it doesn't mean that doesn't invalidate the strategy. Trading in the Zone is like a market psychology book, and it's also kind of garbage. I said stacks of recommended trading books. I don't really recommend any books that are specifically on trading. I recommend two books that are on valuations, one that's on technical analysis, which should be used for risk management, and then, ooh, books about options and different types of options positioning. Gaps filled? Did that fill it? I think it did. Yeah, it did. I've never recommended Teddy to anybody. Nor would I. Left a gap at 59.15. Recommended Gamma Strike Docs. Yeah, those are good. 16% on the port. 4 for 4. Thanks, GS. Degenerates hate this one simple trick. I wonder if we're going to shake off some of the bot pits here. Hmm. What thoughts on NVIDIA earnings? It seems more bearish than sentiment suggests. No. I mean, I think people were paying for a significantly larger expected move than what was realized. And now those people are getting burned by the MM. They did a little bit of accounting gymnastics. I wonder if we're gonna get some sold puts anywhere. It doesn't seem to be a thing today. Oh, sliding back down the pits again. Mm. So much for NVIDIA under 140. Good times. Yeah. It's still bouncing around a little bit. No, everything's still pretty heavily bought puts. Oh. Hmm. There's still some bot calls at 20, 15. Not very many of them. Some bot puts coming in out of the money, 5,900, 58.95, although that could just be short puts closing. There's a 7-year auction later. Goolsby said this is a stagflationary direction, but not stagflation. I see the stag, I see the inflation, but I don't see the stagflation. It's the Fed's version of same like, yeah. Good morning, Grockle. Question: why did you own so many ice cream bars? And can you deny they were for Diddy's parties? I can. I can deny that. The freezers, Gherk, explain them. They were cheap and of professional quality. Could you explain how the bot 5900 puts closing caused that drop yesterday? They didn't. They caused the bounce. Current unemployment inflation, nowhere near 1970s stagflation, was so much higher. That's good. It was. When you were a young boy, what ice cream would you buy from the local ice cream truck? SpongeBob Pop? They didn't have SpongeBob Pops when I was a young boy. They had Ninja Turtle ones with gumball eyeballs. But I didn't get those either. I would get usually ice cream cones. I would get a twist cone with cherry dip and chocolate sprinkles, or I would get chocolate eclairs. Those are my go-tos. If they didn't have either of those, strawberry shortcake. Chocolate tacos sucked. It's just like eating a stale waffle cone shell. Clear for the win. Chaco tacos are a delight. They are not. When have you ever had a fresh one? I've never had a crispy one in my life. Toll House ice cream cookie sandwich. They also didn't have those when I was a kid. I will say that the Toll House ice cream cookie sandwich did get me started on the path to ice cream cookie sandwiches. You could have just gotten an ice cream cone, Bob. It's the same thing in a different shape. Time to get to work, I guess. Love you, Nick. I fucking hated Flintstones push pops. So when I was a child, I had an aversion to being sticky, in any way whatsoever. And so any ice cream novelty that would have made my hands sticky, immediately off the table. Mm, these push pops were most certainly sherbet, from what I remember. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Oh, 1 second. No. Where's the rest of my mail? That's not it. If Fubo breaks 390, there's room to run out to like $5. Curious. Do you think the auction today will be good? Maybe. I don't know. Yields are down a little bit. Might not be so great. It's Amarena cherries. Um, Starlino and Luxardo. Good question. Hmm. This is a perfect time to buy a straddle right at spot. I think I'm buying 50-90 both ways. Hmm. Well, tomorrow's the end of the month. Maybe. 59.20. This range has been a bit tough, though. Oh, you're doing like SPY? I don't even know what the fuck SPY is at. Why would you straddle SPY? Ghost of Unidan. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Because I'm poor? But there's like QQQ and IWM. Both of which are arguably better. I'm tired of losing money. Okay. We'll stop that. Hmm. Interesting. What's up, JC? As a fellow pro who typically plays SPY, can you explain why IWM and QQQQ are better? For straddles, they have higher volatility, higher realized volatility. Treasury cut size of upcoming auction. Ooh, which auction? That's got to be further out. 6-week bills? Ah, it's not a big deal. What's a private equity bubble gonna go bye-bye when they lose their money? Or banks go boom. Hmm. I don't think we needed more bot puts. The whole fucking chain at spot has been bot puts. There's some bot calls at 5,900. Sheriff news kind of bearish. Not really. Just. Mm, yeah, I wouldn't say it's super bearish. It's not great for deficits. GDP was bearish. Why is Target leaking on tariff news? I thought it would get a little pump. Really? Hmm. Real consumer spending fell pretty sharply from the last print. Went 4% to like fucking 1.2 or some shit. I don't know how I feel about tariff news because who's going to enforce it? That's the question I think that everyone should be considering right now. After all the price action last night, I thought today would be more fun. It's not that bad. Been like a couple good bounces. It's definitely tradable. They filed an appeal like within an hour of the decision. There's some support at 5,900. But there's bot puts out of the money all the way down to 85. I think the larger support's at like 58.80 right now. You tend to take profits on straddles intraday if we have strong enough moves, generally. I don't set them earlier in the day, though. I usually don't set straddles till end of day. So taking profit on them would be a little less likely. What did I miss? Not much. Chopping between like 5,900, 5,920. G estimated that 5880 has more support than 59. 5880 more than 5900. Vana? You just go look at the Vana. No mess. I popped out of a meeting. They're gonna give me an exit. I don't think we're anything. It's just choppy. They're giving me another exit on the QQQ. Put half of my stratter. Well, okay then. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of nice. Equilateral, Ben. I'm too tall for that. Hmm. Fucking, did you look at the GDP report this morning? I'm restricted by pattern day trade rules. Do you happen to know if I have over 25K in a sub account, but trade an account with less than 25K? Do the rules still apply? It depends on the broker. Yeah, broker specific. Go look at the GDP. Doesn't matter what we pump to overnight. I'm telling you, go look at it. NVIDIA earnings weren't all that great. Ooh, fun. See, I said that 5,900 wasn't a very good support. I don't know if there was news. Ask appeals court to pause tariff ruling. U.S. We may ask the Supreme Court on Friday to keep tariffs intact. Hmm. See? 880. Why are you questioning me, Manga Man? See how Gamma moved? '80 is much better support than 5,900 was. I don't know if it'll hold with the news, but it's there. If I say this every day, it's not enough. Gherk, I love you. Ooh, 80 lost. That's bad. 785 maybe. 70? Hmm. Yeah, 70 or 50. The U.S. is seeking to appeal the decision from yesterday. More officially, I guess. Although this isn't new news, but I think it is a direct statement from the administration. Gamma looked higher on 5900 before it moved. How could you tell that 80 was better support? Because it's not what Gamma looks like at spot, it's what Gamma looks like if things move down. Changes. It's almost like the hedging is dynamic. I know, it's crazy. There's a gap back at 5904. VIX popped all the way back up to 20. Uh, 90 is probably resistance. We are red. Getting a decent amount of sold puts coming in at 880. Still bought puts at 85 and 90 though, and then bought puts coming into the downside 75, 70. A little bit at 65, 60. The bullish news kind of faded pretty hard. Did I miss
Howdy, put their
something?
pickle in
No.
my jar. Switched from trading SPX to SPY
Switch
and
from
went from
trading,
being
let's see.
unprofitable to becoming significantly profitable. I think scaling is my main issue. Any advice on overcoming this? Happy to keep trading SPY to maintain profitability though. 5.
Interesting. Any advice on scaling? I mean, it sounds like it's probably psychological. If you're making money on SPY and you're losing money on SPX, it's probably because you probably don't have enough money to comfortably play SPX, I would assume. And it's fucking up your decision making because you're afraid of the risk. It's just your wife's money, no big deal. I mean, that's generally why people kind of mess that up. Are people not sure about Nvidia? What do you mean? How much do you think Nvidia needs to be worth? More. Ridiculous. Why is it not dropping? It's at support. And it's dropped quite a bit. Hmm. Hmm. False sellers win again. Yep. There's a gap at is it 905? I think it might be right here. 904. 904. Hmm. But we left a downside gap on the move up. 91. A little bit of resistance here at 5,900. Hmm. Hmm. It's Taco Thursday. Hmm. What a stinky V. It's almost a bounce off of delta neutral or gamma neutral, which is kind of surprising. There's still a lot of bot puts. I would say things are kind of bearish. We're just in like a fairly well supported range. I know I was fucking with you. Don Duck was panicking in SPX chat. You're gonna sail off into the wind soon? No. No, no, unfortunately not. There is no escape. What I've started, unfortunately, can't be stopped. Despite how unpopular it is. Done for the day then? Just chop? No, I think there's not a lot of sold positioning, and so we should be like price action should continue to be like fairly mobile. I think it depends on if we could put Goldman out of business or not, Lawrence. It's gonna be tough. One of us. The cold can never stop. No, I am worried that it's gonna get a lot bigger. It's very exhausting when it's big. You can do it. That's what she said. Yeah. I wouldn't know it's tiny. Beautiful. Gherk AI stream for the new people. Real stream for the OGs. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I gotta love that. Mm. You see detaching from markets to the downside, or just starting to correlate with the dollar again. Right? Can you please let me know when you're opening your tomorrow straddle? I'd appreciate it. I made $70. Nice. Thank you. No problem. YouTube keeps blocking my milestone chat. I'm not saying any bad words. Puts on Google. They have a really weird list of words that you can and can't use. I should probably fix that. Try to fix it. I can upload like a custom. I think I can, although not entirely sure. Possible? BTC Maxis told me it was replacing the dollar. I'll let you know when I'm like looking to open my straddle. I'm not going to tell you when I open it, but it's maybe the best I can do. Gorp, can you screen share your broker so I can ghost you 100%? I feel like it's the least you can do for me. Oh, sweet nuke. Hmm. Beep, beep, boop, boop. Do you want to just do straddles every day? I could do the idiot trade. No, because I don't have enough money on this account. What I can do is one DTE. Hmm. It's 30 months, but locked out of my old account. Thank you for teaching us to set stops. I made money on that drop. Anyone who doesn't have GS, what are you waiting for? Just do it. PS, shill. Nice. Thank you, Nuke. My QQQ one strike strangle is gonna die today. I entered yesterday. I'm down 80%. Why didn't you close the call this morning on the... probably not. How fucking wide were you? You should have had exits. It's a thread in the SPX channel. Hey Nightney, how's your BBBY doing, man? Gamma Strike IPO bag holder. 1DT straddles aren't great. $19.22. Yeah, those aren't. You can't. First of all, you can't do strangles on fucking like QQQ, SPY, or IWM. If you're gonna play them, you should probably be focused on doing straddles. They tend to be a bit shit otherwise. You're playing like way too wide of a range. There might have been like a brief minute overnight where you printed, but you can't get rid of them in the overnight session. Can you comment on GMA? What's it doing? It looks like shit. It lost 30. Why would it bounce? Hmm. I've been noticing more extreme moves in after hours before options can be traded. Feels like cheating. I guess. When did you notice that? Because like the last couple of weeks, most of the largest moves have been intraday. That is a little bit biased from Trump's intraday tariff pullback announcements, which were fucking ridiculous. But still there. Hmm. I could have closed my strangle in the extended session. I would have been up 5K today. Yeah, I mean, it's way too wide for one DTE. You need like weeks for something that far apart. Also, you have Vol Crush post like Nvidia earnings and post GDP that you have to factor in. Hmm. Feels like the past 3 to 4 days. I don't know. We haven't. The last 3 days haven't really had anything too exciting happen overnight. Most of them have just mean reverted back to where we're trading right now. The flips turn toward each other. You mean, why did they contract? No, WeBull doesn't. Why'd you get so quiet? Trying to manage this futures position. Is the bottom in? Yeah, there's a lot more sold puts under 90 now. Should have some support at 5,900. It's still synthetic short, which is tricky, but there's some bot calls out at like 59.15. I think Trump's about to speak. Ooh, Trump and Powell met. That's interesting. Can't trade QQQ options that early in the day. It's 9 a.m. to or 9:30 to 4:15. No, you can't, but you can sell short QQQ shares to create a spread between an in-the-money call and sold short shares. Today in the pre-market open, the price is 55.30. He could have locked that in. He could have, but not necessarily. I mean, that's extremely capital intensive. I think most people probably aren't in the position with portfolio margin to sell short to lock in their call profits. But you are correct. Yes, I see you've read options as a strategic investment. Oh, Jesus. Policy will depend on incoming economic information. At the president's invitation, Chair Powell met with President today at White House to discuss economic developments, including growth, employment, and inflation. Chair Powell did not discuss his expectations for monetary policy, except to stress that the path of policy will depend entirely on incoming economic information and what that means to the outlook. Finally, Chair Powell said that he and his colleagues on the FOMC will set monetary policy as required by law to support maximum employment and stable prices, and will make those decisions based solely on careful, objective, and non political analysis. So I'm guessing their meeting didn't go so great. Blew up my account again last week. I haven't been on stream. I wanted to drop in and say hello. Stay golden. See you next week. All right, man. See you then. Someone was asked to kiss the ring and politely declined. Yeah. Seems like it. Trump not scheduled to speak till swearing in ceremony at 3 p.m. Press secretary scheduled at 1. Could change, but that's the current schedule. Okay. Wouldn't Taco tantrum about JPOW? Is he going to threaten to fire him again? I don't know. He's bound to have a tantrum about tariffs or something soon. If his appeal gets denied in the Supreme Court, he's gonna have a shit fit. My wife questioned billionaire subscription on her credit card bill. I told her that's how I make money. She said, okay. Alright, fair enough. Valid reasoning. You know, it would be cool if JPA hadn't bowed to political pressure a couple years ago and raised rates when he needed to. Maybe we wouldn't be in the mess we are in currently. A little bit still in the same mess, but with less worry about inflation, probably. Radical left judges, yeah. My favorite part is half of them are what judges he appointed. I think we're gonna go down, so probably flat or up. I mean, bearish positioning's weaker after the big dump. But there is still some. Like 5900's still synthetic short. There's still a lot of bot puts. I still don't see a lot of put selling. Although 5900 is becoming more and more synthetic long. It hasn't done it to a degree great enough to push out the positioning that's already on the strike. It's very interesting. 5915 bot calls on the upside. Also probably resistance. That's how he knows. They're only radical if they disagree with him. Fucking pesky constitution getting in the way. It seems obvious that the only solution is to get rid of it. There's an auction right now. Yield before auction 4.216, $44 billion. We got press sec. Still no results from the auction yet. Inverse head and shoulders, disgusting. Yes, it is one. That's correct. Be me using Adobe PDF Reader. Top right corner, Ask AI Assistant. Move mouse, Ask AI Assistant. Sneeze, Ask AI Assistant. High yield 4.195, 2.2 stop through, bid to cover 2.69, 55.87% of bids at high. Alright, yes, the 7 years plenty liquid. Primary dealer is taking 4.85%. I just want to copy the text. Fuck my ass. Can you help me understand on GS where you spotted 5980 bottom with Gamma? Vana. It was 5890 ES support, but where do you look on GS? I looked at Vana. The auction's taking longer? Is it just my imagination? Sounds like your imagination. It's usually the case that delta flip is more mobile than gamma flip. No.
Secretary Caroline Leavitt, but we do anticipate her arrival any moment right now, as we did want to share that breaking news with you that a second federal judge has now blocked President Trump's tariffs. This was a social media post by Kyle Cheney, and we did just want to share part of that ruling for you. It says, further ordered that the preliminary injunction ordered herein shall be stayed for 14 days so that the parties may seek review in the Court of Appeal. So 14 days, that does appear to be a time frame for perhaps the Trump administration to go to the Court of Appeals, and this is immediately set forth right there. So we did want to share that breaking news with you as we do await Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to take to the podium. This is a look right here inside the White House briefing room right here. We have seen quite a bit of movement, not Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, but it does look like notes have been now added to the podium right there as we continue to keep a very close eye on this live look. We're continuing to keep a very close eye on this live look, but while we wait for Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, I did want to share with you just another social media post right here, Kyle Cheney, and I'm going to bring that up right here. It says that Contreras, he is the judge who ruled, this is the second federal judge who ruled against President Trump's tariffs. This social media post indicating that the judge limited the effect of his ruling to two companies that sued, but his argument that the tariffs are unlawful would apply to any other litigants in this context. So according to Kyle Cheney, it is, quote, likely to open the floodgates right here. We're just going to have to wait and see. This really just came down moments ago, and you can imagine that there's going to be a lot of reaction, a lot of questions, no doubt, from journalists once Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt takes to the podium. This is the initial post by Kyle Cheney right there.
Shit. Bot puts coming in at 59.05. Some of the calls at 59.20 are closing. Is Trump gonna go scorched earth and give everyone 146% tariffs again? I mean, probably. How do you keep getting rejected off of the Delta flip today? Hmm. Well, just no upside position. I mean, there is no upside positioning from bulls like at all. So it's kind of a strong resistance. Hmm. Volume? Oh, there's no one talking. Yeah, this is just like other shit from earlier today. Alright, let's support again. Here we go.
He agrees this is acceptable. President Trump is delivering on his promise to fix this problem, and he has taken a long overdue and much needed bold stance for American workers after decades of our manufacturing base being hollowed out. The president's rationale for imposing these powerful tariffs was legally sound and grounded in common sense. President Trump correctly believes that America cannot function safely long-term if we are unable to scale advanced domestic manufacturing capacity, have our own secure critical supply chains, and our defense industrial base is dependent on foreign adversaries. 3 judges of the U.S. Court of International Trade disagreed and brazenly abused their judicial power to usurp the authority of President Trump to stop him from carrying out the mandate that the American people gave him. These judges failed to acknowledge that the President of the United States has core foreign affairs powers and authority given to him by Congress to protect the United States economy and national security. Congress had created the National Emergency Act to provide the congressional framework to strike down improper IEEPA use. And any questions over whether President Trump improperly imposed these IEEPA tariffs were already adjudicated in Congress following Liberation Day. Congress firmly rejected an effort led by Senator Rand Paul and Democrats to terminate the president's reciprocal tariffs. The courts should have no role here. There is a troubling and dangerous trend of unelected judges inserting themselves into the presidential decision-making process. America cannot function if President Trump, or any other president for that matter, has their sensitive diplomatic or trade negotiations railroaded by activist judges. President Trump is in the process of rebalancing America's trading agreements with the entire world, bringing tens of billions of dollars in tariff revenues to our country, and finally ending the United States of America from being ripped off. These judges are threatening to undermine the credibility of the United States on the world stage. The administration has already filed an emergency motion for a stay pending appeal and an immediate administrative stay to strike down this egregious decision. But ultimately, the Supreme Court must put an end to this for the sake of our Constitution and our country. With Congress returning next week, it's critical that Senate Republicans maintain the momentum and quickly pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill will truly make America safe and prosperous. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes the largest border security investment ever. That's why the law enforcement groups are lining up to encourage its swift passage. The National Fraternal Order of Police, the largest police union in the country, just endorsed key provisions of the bill. The FOP president announced their strong support, saying the One Big Beautiful Bill Act
from all the
is more
lying
than
and
legislation.
gaslighting.
It is a promise kept to the public safety officers across the country and a bold step toward an economy that respects,
It's very hard to
rewards,
maintain
and
a
uplifts the
posture
people
of
who
being
keep it safe.
indignantly incorrect.
And the National Border Patrol Council, which represents nearly 20,000 Border Patrol agents, hailed the legislation as well. The group's president said this legislation provides a once-in-a-generation investment in the border security of our great country and will make America
the cross
safer.
is back.
The One Big Beautiful Bill will guarantee we can permanently have the safest, strongest, and most secure immigration system in American history. I also want to take the opportunity to debunk some false claims that have been circulating in the press about this bill. The blatantly wrong claim that the One Big Beautiful Bill increases the deficit is based on the Congressional Budget Office and other scorekeepers who use shoddy assumptions and have historically been terrible at forecasting across Democrat and Republican administrations alike. For example, just before Congress enacted the original Trump tax cuts at the end of 2017, the same CBO projected that growth would average a mere 1.9% over the next 10 years. However, by 2019, actual growth had surged to 3.4% once the Trump tax cuts went into effect, exceeding the CBO forecast by nearly 2 full percentage points. The CBO's latest forecast makes the same anemic growth assumptions as they did in 2017, missing the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The CBO assumes long-term GDP growth of an anemic 1.8%, and that is absurd. The American economy is going to boom like never before after the One Big Beautiful Bill is passed. The largest middle-class tax cut in history, massive deregulation, and the most aggressive domestic energy exploration ever will fuel small businesses, further boost private investment, increase workers' wages, and supercharge economic growth. The Council of Economic Advisors has
small
factored in the effects
businesses
of
are
all these pro-growth
overexposed to the
policies and
energy
estimated in their
sector?
own analysis that growth will average 3% in the long run after the One Big Beautiful Bill is passed, which is nearly double the ridiculous CBO
And deficits will
projection.
increase by
This
$3
higher
trillion.
growth would result in $4.1 trillion in additional revenue over the next 10 years.
Minus the
Between the
deficits.
common sense spending reforms contained in the One Big Beautiful Bill and the robust economic growth that will be generated as a result of it, there will be no increase to the deficit. The same analysis from the CEA shows just how this historic package will unleash prosperity and ignite
Guys,
a
it's okay.
blue-collar boom
Cut taxes
across
on the
America.
rich, and then we'll have
But
more
if the
money.
radical
Doesn't it make
Democrats get
sense?
their way and the One Big Beautiful Bill does not pass, Americans will face a whopping $4 trillion tax hike. This is unacceptable to President Trump. President Trump will not allow Democrats to massively raise Americans' taxes. Senate Republicans must get this bill passed. Failure is not an option. The American people are counting on Republicans to deliver. In other news, despite all the doom casting from the media, Americans are growing more and more optimistic about the economy under this president. Consumer confidence surged in May with the biggest monthly jump in 4 years, smashing expectations. According to the release from the Consumer Confidence Index, the increase in confidence was broad-based across all age groups, income groups, and political affiliations. Our country is clearly heading in the right direction under President Trump's bold leadership. For the first time in history of Rasmussen polling, a majority of Americans believe the country is on the right track. It's unsurprising because the president is fulfilling the promises he made to the American people. Here in our new media seat today, we have the editor-in-chief of The Federalist, Molly Hemingway. The Federalist is led by Molly and Sean Davis and provides fearless journalism and coverage of politics culture to millions of readers all over the world. Thank you for being here, Molly, and why don't you please kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
In the first Trump administration, there was an effort to stymie the agenda of Trump through the Russia collusion hoax perpetuated by many people in the media, including some people seated here, or the media outlets they represent, and other Democrats as well. The second Trump administration, to reference what you said at the beginning, seems to be subject to an effort to stymie the agenda using rogue lower court judges. You mentioned that the Supreme Court could and should do something to rein in these lower court judges. Also, Congress could do something about it, but they don't seem terribly interested in it. It also seems there's not much of an actual coordinated effort from this White House to take and tackle this effort from judges, Democrats and other people using these judges to stymie the agenda. Is there an actual effort by this White House to tackle this issue in a comprehensive way? And if so, what is it?
There is an effort by this administration to tackle these rogue judges in our broken judicial system in every case. I mean, we have seen time and time again these lower district court judges ruling against this administration in the president's basic executive authority and powers. And this administration is fighting every single one of those battles in court, including already the block that came down from the tariff court, the IEPA court last night. And as on my way out here to the briefing room, I understand that there was another district court judge right here in Washington, D.C. who ruled against the president's tariff power. And I will get to the heart of your question, and I'm glad that we are addressing this in the room today, because nationwide injunctions ordered against the first Trump administration, Trump 1.0, account for more than half of the injunctions issued in this country since 1963. And President Trump had more injunctions in one full month of office in February than Joe Biden had in 3 years. And let me roll through some of these radical injunctions to paint the picture.
He's probably worried he's going to have to wear a wig.
These are not just talking points. These are real judges in the court of law who are trying to block the president's power and the policies that he was elected to enact. For example, a court ordered the Trump administration to return already deported terrorist aliens back to the United States. A court has ruled the Trump administration can't even temporarily pause
these goddamn
our
judges
programs.
doing their job.
Courts prohibited the Trump administration from eliminating federal funding for child transgender surgery and mutilation, a practice that the American people overwhelmingly reject. A court also held that the Trump administration could not ban people experiencing gender dysphoria or mental health issues from serving in the military. Ridiculous. Courts prohibited the removal of transgender women from women's prisons despite potential physical harm to real women in those prisons, biological women. A Northern District of California judge issued an absurd ruling that the president cannot fire people within the executive branch without Congress passing a bill, even though Congress has expressly authorized the president through the Office of Personnel Management to authorize reductions in force across agencies. A court also ordered the Trump administration to rehire thousands of already fired employees in several cases. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from defunding the Department of Education, another signature campaign promise that this president has the power to implement. Courts ordered the Trump administration could not eliminate funding for illegal DEI programs, hence the word illegal. These are illegal programs to begin with, and now the courts are trying to say this president can't roll them back. And a district court judge prohibited the president from issuing any categorical funding freezes. And then another court ordered on top of that the administration makes $2 billion of payments in 36 hours. These are just a few of the ridiculous orders that we have seen from lower district court judges every day, and we hope that the Supreme Court will weigh in and rein them in.
But White House advisor Stephen Miller says it's judicial tyranny. Some people are calling it a judicial coup. You're saying you're responding to each and every one of these actions, efforts by these judges to delay or thwart the implementation of the agenda. But is there going to be anything more than that, or is it just going to let this operation continue, even though it could delay everything for years?
Is she trying to like calm herself down right now?
Operating under the directive given to from the president that we need to comply with the court's orders. He's made that very clear, but we're going to fight them in court, and we're going to win on the merits of these cases because we know we are acting with.
There's no merit to the cases. It's blatant disregard of the Constitution. Fucking merit? Hold on, it froze. Froze. Technical error.
Within the president's legal and executive authorities. And thanks for being here. Gabe.
Take on policy news, some breaking news. Some local Israeli media is reporting that
Special
Why are
Envoy
they filming
Witkoff
a guy
and
who's
the
not
president
talking?
submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel proposal before it was sent to Hamas. I can also confirm that
Oh my God, it is a
discussions
technical
are
issue, and
continuing,
it's the best
and we
one
hope
ever.
that a ceasefire in Gaza
It
will
looks like
take place, so we
Godzilla.
can won't comment further as we are in the midst of this right now.
to be clear, you don't know if Hamas has accepted it yet.
Not to my knowledge, but certainly
Well,
if that becomes the case, and there's a president or special envoy.
I gotta fix it now.
Witkoff.
And on tariffs, Kevin Hassett earlier this morning, he brushed
You
off.
can't push
a
that many
plea
lives
ruling
through
and
your
called it a
internet
hiccup.
connection.
And he said that trade other countries continue these trade deal negotiations given the rule.
Because other countries around the world have faith in the negotiator-in-chief, President is, and they understand that the administration is going to win, and we intend to win. We already filed an emergency appeal. We expect to fight this battle all the way to the Supreme Court. These other countries should all also know, and they do. Section 232, for example, are being restored around the world. But I can confirm that our ambassador for trade, Jamison Greer, already heard from countries around the world this morning who said they intend to continue with these negotiations. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. So many of the president's plans right now are being blocked by courts. If the courts are going to be the ones who are shaping policy, does the president wish he would have just...
I think the president would take this job over being a judge, and certainly the president is acting within his authority. He wishes judges would do the same.
But so the courts are basically telling you guys they think against the law. So why can't President Trump ask the Republicans that control the House and the Republicans that control the Senate just to make a new law?
President by the Constitution and by laws that have been previously passed. I'll give you another example. For instance, we've been blocked in court for the revocation of visas from America. Secretary of State Rubio has simply used his authority to revoke those visas, to revoke that privilege, and we've seen the courts try to block that. So if these judges want to be the Secretary of State or they want to be the president, they can run for office themselves. It should be the other way around. But all of the actions the president has taken rely on legal authorities that have already been granted to him by our nation's existing laws.
And on a different topic, there are some folks in President Biden's inner circle who are now in talks with Republicans in Congress to give interviews about how they may have handled President Biden's decline. Is the president satisfied with aides only sitting for these transcribed interviews, or would he also like to see some kind of testimony from the former First Lady, Dr. Biden?
I think, frankly, the former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it and what she knew, because I think anybody looking again at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover-up, and Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week. She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. She thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe her lies. And frankly, it's insulting, and she needs to answer for it. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump was asked what he thought about Elon Musk's claim that the big, beautiful bill increases the budget deficit and undermines the work of Doge. On those remarks, he just talked about the need to does the president think about what Elon Musk said?
Well, the president is very proud of the one. He wants the Senate to get to work on it and send it to his desk. Elon Musk announced last night his departure as an official special government employee from the. We thank him for getting Doge off of the ground, and the efforts to cut waste, fraud, and abuse will continue.
So he doesn't have any comment about Musk saying it adds to the deficit?
Yes, I commented on it. I told you that this bill saves $1.6 trillion, according to the Council of Economic Advisors, and the analyses that the president believes. Like that comment doesn't mean it's not a comment. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Back on trade, I know you said the White House is going to fight this ruling in court. Is the administration to carry out the president's trade policy?
The president's trade policy will continue. We will comply with the court order. But yes, the president has other legal authorities where he can dispute the fact that the president was right to declare a national emergency when it came to fentanyl, and when it came to our crippling deficits and the lack of critical supply chains here at home. That is the reasoning for the president's tariffs. And the court didn't dispute those facts, by the way. And there have been other courts that have reaffirmed the president's position. In fact, a ruling in federal court earlier this month shows that the administration is in the right, said we will win on appeal. A federal district judge in Florida ruled that IEPA, in fact, does grant the president the authority to unilaterally impose tariffs. And 20 Times editorial board responded to the January 2005 trade deficit of $58.3 billion by writing an editorial entitled "Dangerous Deficits." And since then, our trade deficit has more than doubled. The U.S. trade deficit in January totaled a whopping $131.4 billion. So people on both sides of the aisle, pundits, lawyers, legal scholars, politicians have all agreed that it is a national emergency, our trade deficits and our lack of critical supply chains here at home. It's just President Trump was the first president to actually act on it, to restore that wealth and that prosperity to the United States of America. And it's very unfortunate that the courts are now blocking his attempts to do that.
Has the administration then reached the point where you are actually asking your economic advisors to start reviewing other avenues to implement the president's trade policy, or do you want to just see this legal process take place for now?
We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We are doing both. Josh.
The Fed says the president met with the Fed chair earlier today. I'm wondering if you can give us any readout of that meeting. The Fed also says that they discussed the economy. I imagine the president might have shared views on rates as well, but what can you share?
I can share with you that we saw, the president and I both saw the statement that the Fed put out after the meeting. That statement is correct. However, the president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries. And the president's been very vocal about that, both publicly and now I can reveal privately as well.
Did he speak at all about his plans for that position, but whether he would seek to move Jay Powell out of that position or keep him in until his term ends?
No.
Okay.
Kristen.
Very quickly on the tariff question, you mentioned Section 232 earlier. Are you suggesting that you might sort of speed up some of the existing 232 investigations, or are you talking potentially using 232 as a replacement power if this ruling doesn't go your way? Of course, you hope it does.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating the fact that the president has other legal authorities he can use to implement tariffs, and the administration is willing to use those. As you know, we already have applied Section 232 tariffs on specific industries.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
President Trump said that you need 1.5 to 2 weeks to determine whether or not he believed Vladimir Putin wanted peace. He has been in office now for 4 months. What does he believe is going to happen in the next 1.5 to 2 weeks that would change his opinion?
Well, it is my understanding, and it is our hope, that Russia and Ukraine will engage in direct talks and negotiations next week in Istanbul, and we believe that meeting is going to take place, and that is a meeting the president encouraged and urged for these two sides to come together and negotiate directly. And the president has been clear from the very beginning of this conflict that he wants to see this conflict solved on the negotiating table, not on the battlefield, and he's told that to both leaders, again, both publicly and privately. So hopefully next week it will move the ball forward in this.
Is going to participate in those conversations?
We will let you know if the president plans to send a representative. I'm not tracking that at this time. Kelly in the back.
Thanks, Caroline.
Sure.
I wanted to just clarify once and for all the Qatari jet, the sale, or the gift, because the Qatari government is asking the U.S. to clarify that the jet's pending transfer was initiated by the Trump administration. So is this something that the White House is going to do?
The amount of questions we've received, and we've been incredibly clear, and I have answered this, the president has answered this, the Department of Defense has answered this. This is a government-to-government gift transfer from the Qataris to the Department of Defense, to the United States Air Force. It is now in their hands, and for further details on where that stands, I would defer you to the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force. I have nothing more for you on that. Deanna.
Caroline, 2 questions, one on Big Beautiful Bill, one on immigration.
Sure.
Yesterday, Trump said, we will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. Wondering if you could, share any specifics on that. And on immigration, do you know how many illegal migrants have taken Trump's voucher program so far and have deported themselves?
I believe it's in the thousands of those who have chosen the easier route of self-deportation, and we certainly encourage all illegal aliens who are present within our homeland to take that option. It's a much more pleasant option than being deported, and we will deport you if you're here illegally. That's our intention. As for the first question, what the president was speaking about is how this is a great bill. However, it has come as a result of a hard negotiation. It's difficult to get things done on Capitol Hill, but thanks to President Trump, this bill is moving in the right direction, and thanks to House Republicans and the leadership over there as well, who did a great job mediating both sides of the caucus to move this bill to the Senate. And now the president, again, has told his friends on the Senate side and is already engaged in those conversations to get that bill back to his desk as soon as possible. Sure.
Has this administration been briefed about the incident that happened in Gaza on Tuesday during the rollout of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distribution of aid to Palestinians there? And should there be a ceasefire, will this administration continue to rely on this foundation for the distribution of aid to civilians?
Are you referring, what incident are you referring to?
On Tuesday,
when the aid was rolled out to Gaza for the first time in many months, and meals and food was given to hungry people thanks to President Trump. Yes, we were briefed on that plan. The president was the reason that aid went into Gaza, and he got the Israelis to support that plan. And I would add that the previous administration rejected such a plan to ensure that these starving and devastated people in the Gaza Strip were given humanitarian aid and assistance. And it was the previous administration that tried to build this pier, if you all remember it. It was brought to my attention this morning, and I thought that's a good point. Why don't I bring that up? Because there's been so much criticism. In fact, it was on the front page of a newspaper this morning about the criticism for this president having a humanitarian heart and giving people badly needed food and supplies. Nobody wanted to talk about how the previous administration failed in that endeavor. They built this pier that cost $230 million. It lasted about 20 days, and more than 60 U.S. service members were injured, as a part of this floating aid pier. Did nothing for the people of Gaza. The president is opening up his humanitarian heart to get aid into the region while his team simultaneously negotiates a ceasefire and the return of all hostages. We are moving the ball forward in a positive direction for all people. The president wants to see peace for all people. Jasmine.
Thanks so much, Caroline. A notice investigation found that the Hallmark Baja Commission report that was released last week cites studies that appear to not exist. We know that because in part we reached out to some of the listed authors who said that they didn't write the studies cited. So I want to ask, does the White House have confidence that the information coming from HHS can be trusted?
Yes, we have complete confidence in Secretary Kennedy and his team at HHS. I understand there were some formatting issues with the Baja report that are being addressed, and the report will be updated, but it does not negate the substance of the report, which, as you know, is one of the most transformative health reports that has ever been released by the federal government and is backed on good science that has never been recognized by the federal government.
And a quick follow-up, can you talk about what tools or research goes into production of these kinds of reports? For instance, is it AI that's used to put together these reports now?
I can't speak to that. I would defer you to the Department of Health and Human Services. What I know is just what I told you. Lindsay.
Many small businesses that we've talked to since the tariffs have been in place have said what would really help them is a long-term plan so that they can catch up. In light of what's happened now, this trade war with the courts, how will that impact this 90-day window? Will you guys be adjusting that? And how can you help relieve some of these small businesses?
Well, I would say nobody understands the needs of business owners, and nobody has the backs of our small business community more than President Donald J. Trump. He believes, I've heard him talk about this with small business owners himself, that small businesses are truly the backbone of our American economy. And that's why the president is supporting the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Bullshit?
So for those you spoke to who are asking for a long-term plan, big tax cuts are coming their way. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime for their workers, more money in their pockets. Their bottom lines will be larger. They can pay their people more. Wages are going to go up. Inflation will continue to come down. We've already seen energy prices plummeting as a result of this president's economic and energy agenda that he has been implementing across the federal government, reducing burdensome regulation. All of that is good news for small business owners across the country. That's why they strongly support the president, and that's the Trump economic plan that is underway. And again, you're emphasizing, I believe, the need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill, and the president wants to see that happen. Sure.
Will you still work within that 90-day window for these trade negotiations? Does that still stand?
Again, as far as we're concerned, our trade agenda is moving forward, and we've already heard from countries around the world today who will continue to negotiate in good faith with the United States so we can cut good trade deals on behalf of the American people, and we fully expect to win this case in court. Sure.
On Golden Dome, the president put out this number of $61 billion. How did he arrive at that? Is that the number it will cost to protect Canada, and is it negotiable, or where did it come from?
I can certainly ask the president, and I can check in with our research team, and we'll get you the facts on that number. But the Golden Dome is certainly a significant investment in our nation's national security and homeland security to protect Americans, all of you in this room, from future threats.
Any readout on, have the Canadians been talking in good faith about paying to be in it? I know they've expressed some interest.
Well, the president has certainly expressed to the Canadians how we are essentially subsidizing their national defense. He brought it up in his meeting with their new leader here, and as you know, we'll be traveling to Canada next month for the G7, so I expect that topic of discussion to come up on that trip as well. Sure.
If we lose 5,900,
there was a May Day USA rally in Seattle that happened over the weekend that devolved into some protests and riots. The Seattle Mayor Herald said that it was a far-right rally held here to provoke a reaction by promoting beliefs that are inherently opposed to our city's values, which he defined as LGBT values. I know the FBI is looking into this, but has the president reached out to the mayor at all, asked him to apologize for this, and is this something that the administration would consider an example of anti-Christian bias?
I'm not aware of that case. I know the FBI is looking into it, but I'm not aware of any phone calls the president may or may not have made to the mayor of that city.
And then on Doge, we know that Elon Musk is leaving. Do you have an updated leadership structure for who is leading the group? Is Russ Vought involved? And what is its new mission now, if any?
Well, the entire cabinet is involved, and I spoke to the president about it this morning, and the entire cabinet understands the need to cut government waste, fraud, and abuse, and each cabinet secretary at their respective agencies is committed to that. That's why they were working hand in hand with Elon Musk, and they'll continue to work with the respective Doge employees who have onboarded as political appointees at all of these agencies. So surely the mission of Doge will continue, and many Doge employees are now political appointees and employees of our government. And to the best of my knowledge, all of them intend to stay and continue this important work.
Is there a Doge leader taking the place of Mr. Musk?
Well, again, the Doge leaders are each and every member of the president's cabinet and the president himself, who is wholeheartedly committed to cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from our government. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. There's conflicting reports out of the Middle East right now. Saudi television network Al Arabia is saying that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a 60-day ceasefire. Sources with Hamas are saying that has not been agreed to. If and when that does happen, will we expect to hear something from President Trump announcing that?
As I said earlier, yes, indeed. If there is an announcement to be made, it will come from the White House, the president, myself, or Special Envoy Witkoff.
Finally, Caroline, one big beautiful bill. The president says he's not happy with all aspects of it. What changes would he like to see be made? And can this bill be both big and beautiful?
It is a one big beautiful bill, as the name rings true, and the president, as I said, is currently working with his friends in the Senate who have some recommendations for the bill. Those negotiations and discussions are continuing, but the president's ultimate priority is to get this bill back to his desk for signature. And the president's priorities in this bill are non-negotiable in terms of the tax priorities he wants to see and the large tax cuts in the border investments that are currently in this bill. He is not going to allow them to go away for the American people. Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about, has the president spoken to any of these foreign leaders about these agreements that have been reached, specifically the case of the United Kingdom that already has an agreement in place after this decision of the court in New York?
Has the president talked to foreign leaders about what?
About the court decision in New York.
Which court decision in New York?
The trade court.
Oh, the trade court decision. He did speak to the leader of Japan this morning, and he said that was a very good call and a good discussion. And as I said, the president's cabinet, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bessent, and Ambassador Jameson Greer have all been in touch with their counterparts in countries around the world to let them know the United States will still be at the negotiating table, and we still expect countries around the world to treat us fairly. Again, I will just close by saying that how ridiculous it is that we have been ripped off. Our middle class has been hollowed out. Our manufacturing base has left and gone overseas. Jobs have been offshored. And now no court did anything about that. No court did anything about hundreds of thousands of people being put out of work, about thousands of factories being closed down, about our deficits going to dangerous levels, as the New York Times has said. But now a court is trying to stop a president from trying to correct those wrongs of the past. And this administration will continue to do that. It's a promise the president made to the American people, and it's a promise they elected him on. We will win this battle in court, and the president will implement his America First trade policies. Thank you, everyone.
Is the U.S. Steel situation tomorrow this week?
I can tell you the president greatly looks forward to going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where he will discuss this historic deal and discuss American jobs and American steel, and we hope to see you all there. Thanks, guys.
So that's the conclusion there to the White House press briefing. A lot of discussion, though, on.
That was fun. Are you guys ready to have your Bitcoin regulated? Nice. Maybe could keep dropping. I think down to like 25 was support. It lost support at 30, which is kind of significant, but it could gain it back. Bitcoin's, what does it being decentralized have to do with anything? Yeah, longer term price targets, support resistance. It's all just scale. The neutrals don't dictate MM behavior. They are an estimate of where MM behavior changes. You wouldn't understand? Yes, I would. Is retail buying whole BTCs? There's definitely some people that are. I thought it's an MVST long term. There were some things about it that looked kind of good back when we were discussing it. Some of their earnings and stuff didn't look bad, but I don't know that much about the company. Yep, roundtable tonight. Because there's more gamma on the 0DTE position. All this is covered in the docs. You should read them. Could we revisit 85? Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. One second. Go over it like once every 2 weeks. Gamma on shorter dated contracts is significantly higher than gamma on longer dated contracts. But the delta in positioning size on longer dated contracts is far larger generally than the shorter dated contracts. Do tacos cost the same like burritos? Yes. Give us one of your fancy educated words for chop. Make it better than range boundedness. Delimited. Wouldn't documentation in audiobook form with our choice of Dork, JFresh, and Gherk flavor? Never. Learn to read. Stop being illiterate. Delimited, like comma, tab, space, or semicolon if you're a serial killer? No, like delimited as in having fixed boundaries or limits. Yeah, there's a gap to the downside at 91. I wonder if 50, 23, 50 marked should be 59, 27, 50. Or, well, doesn't have to be, but that's what I have. Sydney Sweeney is selling bars of soap made from her bathwater. Expect an increase in membership cancellations this month. Narrow.
Popcorn trader put their pickle in my jar sup guac. Checking in. When down. 5.
Oh shit, what's up, Popcorn? How you doing, man? PCT in the house? Yeah. Accurate. Have you seen American Pickle with Seth Rogen? Yes. Is it time to short Carvana? Can we see sold puts squeeze or close? There's really not a lot of them near spot, so probably no. The biggest concentration of them are still pretty far out of the money. That's the gap to the downside filled. We can keep going down here. There's some support, but not a lot. The ball keeps moving up to the downside. So if a bounce here fails, probably down to 80 or maybe even like 75. RP dropped a little. Did it? I don't see it. It's weird. Nice, Nate. Well done, man. There's resistance at 5,900 now. I know it is. I shorted it this morning. What caused which drop? The big one? Where are the sold puts? Most of them down at like 58.80 and 58.50. Yeah, more. Little Caesars was decent back in the day. I remember when the Bigfoot pizza came out. Pizza. Oh, Jesus. It was not. And still isn't. I don't know how they stay in business. Drug money? Cheapest pizza? Is it? I have no idea how much it costs. Could we see vol pick up? It does to the downside of here a bit. There's a little resistance at 5,900. I don't think 95 is very resistant. There's some sold puts that came in at 95.85, but not a shitload of them. Is it true that burial plots are 100-year contracts? Depends on the agreement. Some of them are. Huh. What do you want me to talk about? So you will plot beneath my house. Nice. Dangerously close. Last month we parked hard for window dressing. The tariffs were newish at that point. Given that they're part of the equation this time, would you expect less movement? I wouldn't have any expectations for how window dressing works. Just be aware that it's a risk. You don't know where people are aggregate balanced across the market. It's pointless to make any kind of speculation about how the market will move. Funds and institutions are still net short right now, so it's probably not going to want the index to move up a lot, but I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. It's not like a predictable action. It's just something that occurs. There's no way to tell how it's going to occur or what effect it'll have. You can't make broad assumptions about where everybody in the market is positioned at any given time. And the information Gamma Strike gives you doesn't give you like where dealers are net their books. It gives you information about market makers, but prime dealers are it's totally different deal. Like that's not the same shit at all. How's Gamma Strike on iPad? Not too bad, actually. I've not hated it. I've used it on a tablet a few times. I didn't even hear what you said, man. Oh. Neat. Oh, what time is it? Very hard time telling when resistance is broken. Is price above it? And women can still easily pull back. Price isn't above it enough. There's a bunch of bot calls right now coming in at like 59.10. Just chop. It's kind of sluggish up. It's not like it's ripping the bears to pieces. I don't know how many bears are left after the two pullbacks to like 70, 75, and 90. There's some, but that also doesn't mean shit's gonna go up. I don't know why everyone's convinced if the market isn't going in one direction, it must go in the other. That's not the way this works. Why be bearish? Because we want a lot of money fast. That's not going to happen. No, the market frequently just goes right. We are exceptionally flat on the year. Like 40, I think we're like 40 points off or something like that. Yeah, it's fucking boring. There's been a couple okay moves today. At least I got calls on the 90 test. I did not get calls on the 75 test. I know we're all trying to learn every day, get better. Curious where you've been focusing your time, and if you're trying to fill any gaps in particular. Hmm. I mean, to be honest, mostly just on Gamma Strike. How does shrimp keep trading? Because it's an OTC stock. Better question, why are you watching it? Do you just fucking hate life? What's... We were talking about shrimp in the Discord. Like the stock or the food? Yeah. I don't know if that answers the question, but alright. I hate weak action like this. Yeah, today really sucks. I don't like this range on VIX. Like 16 to 20. It's not my favorite. No. More specifically, like 17, 18. My favorite range is 50 to 100. Either make a lot or lose a lot fast and quick. Oh, hey, look, a like real slow, kind of boring rejection off of the gamma flip. I wonder if this could pick up some steam. Probably not. Hmm. There's a couple bot pits here. We've been gooning 5,900 like all week. shit, I hate this. Corn and peas. Ooh. Yeah, Trump speaking at 3. Why are we down today? Because GDP sucked. You're expecting ups? No. Well, I guess we could go up to 10. I'm kind of expecting us to close somewhere between 5,900 and 5,915. But Trump is talking one more time today, so I can fuck things up, I guess. Oh god. I am getting sick. This is gonna be a terrible day. uh, hey, look, back to 5,900. This is super exciting. Alright, hold on. Jesus. Northern Touch, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Oh, holy fuck, I hate this. GME is down 25% in 2 days, but WeBull chat says shorts are still fucked. What, dude? That's beautiful. I feel like it'd be pretty neat if we just close right here. U.S. Appeals Court reinstates Trump tariffs during appeal. Ooh. Wait, that's already... I feel like that's already priced in there. What does that mean? Priced in? Like, that's in line with the market's expectations. Ignoring court orders is not priced in. Not really. I mean, sure, but no. Superstock is unironically waiting for Nat Turner to buy GME. Who the fuck is he? I have no idea who that is. At this point, you're just saying words. Yes, yes, we know. All you have to do is look like 3 posts up in chat. Yes, I know, it's temporary. Maybe we can rally overnight again on it becoming not temporary. Dude, we already all knew that all along. It doesn't matter. If Trump doesn't follow the rulings of the court, it's completely irrelevant. So we rally on the canceling of the tariffs, so we rally on them coming back. No, we drop on them coming back. Oh, Jesus. Ow. Oh. Thank you. How much you to sneeze into my open mouth, asking for a friend? I don't think we have a membership tier for that. Oh. Fuck. The chaos of tariffs on and off a looming budget bill seems ripe for another downgrade. That'd be cool. Okay, which one of you bought 100,000 shares of shrimp? I hate this. I hate this so much. My allergy medications would just work. It's very unfortunate. No, I'm not long shrimp. I see what you did. Give me a second. I'm gonna go take more allergy medication. Oh shit, look, it's 5905 again. Who would have thought? Quick, while he's gone, everyone post your Gamma Strike usernames and passwords. I've been using G2G lately. I'm bringing it back. Please don't. I've listened to the stream on and off today, and every time I tune in, sneeze. Yeah. I'm not having a great day. I'm just gonna ignore you, Grey Pubes. Which, to be honest, I do a lot, but extra now. If you're gonna do that. Oh my god, this is where my butterfly is most profitable. The peak, if you will. Hella rude. GTG is still in use. That also doesn't need to be. I don't understand why Kenny attacks some of our positions to make them not print, like my butterfly, but allows others to live, like your butterfly. It's a distinct possibility that my butterfly is just better than yours. Have you thought about this? Possible? It might be. It might actually be the same position. Just start calling everyone bruv. I could, but then I'd hate myself. Why don't you care about our positions, Papa Gork? Because I never have. Why would I start caring now? I can't invest the emotional energy into caring about positions that aren't mine. He's lying? He cares about all of us? Yes. Ah, you caught me. This is actually why we ghost. To force him to care. Then why do you ghost positions I don't care about? Hmm? Me too's figured out the secret. was afraid we make money. Stop watching. Boy, bruv, itch, fackin' Tuesday. Nice. You told me on Discord. That was fake, Gherk. You impregnated me with these potions? They're your potions. As much as positions, as much as they are mine. Oh, okay. Did you mean to write positions twice? It's a different kind of position. What did I figure out? I just got back to my desk. What? Oh, straddling every night. And how awesome it is. Good job. You impregnated me with potions is the plot line for one of those mobile game ads. We could buy all the shrimp for only 371,000. Why would you want it all? Is this our first activist investment in the pickle jar? Tariff fatigue. Reciprocal tariffs to 90-day tariff pause. To U.S. International Trade Court reversing tariffs, to U.S. Appeals Court overturning Court of International Trade, Well, they didn't overturn them. They just paused their injunction. It's very, very important to understand how that works. I live in Wisconsin and can take physical possession of their Iowa facility. What's their liquidation value? Can we just buy it out for $371,000 and then sell everything they own? Imagine the headlines for some YouTuber buying out all the world shrimp supply. You'd be a legend. It's not the world shrimp supply. It's the world's supply of, like, hermetically sealed shrimp farm shrimp. Agree to disagree? Okay. No, you don't want to open a position in the middle of it. That would be terrible. How do you hermetically seal a shrimp? They put them in, like, it's like a pool, and then they seal it, and they create, like, a little homeostatic environment for them. Supposedly he has a lot of deals done, but he hasn't announced any. Why? It's an excellent question. Don't call me Homeo. Wow, their company can actually be cool. Yeah, actually. We discussed that. It's just run by idiots. Well, no, it's run by scientists who don't know how to make money. They kept suckling on the free teat of share dilution to the point where their shares are worthless, but they still don't have a successful business. They don't know how to make money. All they know how to do is make shrimp. They make really good organic shrimp too. That restaurants would love to use all over the country. Is Gamma Strike worth more than the market cap of shrimp? I don't know. What's the market cap? Are we doing forward valuation? Then yes. It's not a fair comparison though. We have a better multiple. We're software as a service. It's like the best multiple. SAS and sassy. This is correct, Dave. Risk of this getting rugged, kind of low. Wasn't Trump supposed to start talking? How many times have we rejected off of the flips? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8? It's pretty consistent. Aw. Hmm. Hmm. 19 minutes. Ninth time's the charm. We're ready to break through the flip points, end of day. We could, I guess. Hmm. Hmm. CCS to 1250? That'd be cool. Well, bot calls are in the money now. At 10. Profit taking? 12 minutes. What about the tariff decision was appealed when nobody cares? Yeah. Hey, look, they did the thing. They took the profits off of the calls. Ooh. Was that news? No. I don't want to close above 20. It would ruin all my plans. Man, I gotta stop being so bearish. This is probably a good idea. Did Trump concede to China? No, I don't think so. We've just got a bunch of bot calls at spot. I don't know if they're going to stay open, though. Charm's still kind of a bitch for the bulls here. Oh. Why would they dump more? I really want us to close right here. The perfect price. You're centered at 505, aren't you? Yeah. But as long as we close between 59.20 and 58.90, I'll be okay. Did you once say if the day ends right at a major support resistance level, the straddles are less profitable? Yeah, they can kind of suck. Whee! That's just perfect. Go back down. Did Girk's toe ring go from 18 to 24 karat? I sold a lot of butterflies, Dork. It's the only way I can extract any vengeance on this dog shit market. Ding ding. Well, that was nifty. One day. All right. So, why isn't this working? Well, there we go. So I ended up closing kind of right in the middle of the no, I guess a little towards the upside of the market maker's expected move, but not much. Up 40 bips on the day, after moving up 150 in the overnight session. Last night, the U.S. International Trade Court ruled against Trump, placing an injunction on tariffs. Today, the appeals court pulled that back, but GDP still sucked, so the market sold back off. It wasn't a very interesting day overall. Well, if you didn't catch the sell-off earlier, it was kind of boring afterwards. We did get a little bit of support at the 5,900 level on ES after slipping it slightly earlier, but have failed to break back above 59.2750. So still a little bit of stagnation. Yields came down across the top end of the curve, and a little more in the belly. Dollar down about 52 points. Commodities dropping, but precious metals up. Oil down quite a bit. There was a decent sized breakdown in correlation going into market open. Some of that recovered, but correlation definitely ending the day substantially higher than yesterday's close. Some of that, due to Trump's discussion of maintaining trade restrictions on chips to China, hitting the semiconductor industry. And then also NVIDIA's earnings are now past. So we would expect to see some of the dispersion there unwind. Leverage on the carry trade did climb in the overnight, but fell sharply today. With the 10-2 curve moving up, but forward yield on volatility is still negative at 4.5%. 3-month correlations rising. Bond volatility definitely hasn't caught up to that yet, although today's might move it a little. And interestingly, yesterday, a little bit of out-of-the-money put demand into close. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX, still falling slightly, so there's still some short vol coming in. Breadth still slipping. Fed fund futures moved up a little bit today, pricing in 0.12 cuts, but nothing substantial. And we got a tiny uptick in the bear steepener. Ultimately, we retested the trend again at market open, failed, got a bounce on 58.78-ish. Right there, and then kind of close the day back in the range that we've been fairly stuck in since like OPEX. So still no meaningful breakouts yet. Still need a higher high in order to get a full reversal here. And so we're sort of still a little bit short of that. I actually think we're still short of the March high. Yeah, we are. March high up at like 59.86, which is probably a kind of important level. But you know, this is our first bounce off of the 200 MA, which we tested on last Friday. If this fails to get a higher high, which so far it has, that could be slightly bearish, or at least for another retest of the 200 MA. So we'll be keeping our eyes open for that, probably after the end of the quarter, or end of the month. Obviously tomorrow we're gonna get a little bit of window dressing, likely, and then we have like the baby JPM collar roll, so that might provide some intraday volatility. But pinned here at like the 5,900 level, I'm not sure it's going to do much more than that. The macro environment's very uncertain right now, and with things being in the court, it may just be that we get a lot of kind of flat day over day trading as realized vol continues to fall. This looks like 2023. We keep double topping. We're not, well, these aren't tops. We're still like a couple $100 below all-time highs. Anyway, that's about it. So Costco earnings tonight. Not really sure how those are going to play out, but we might have some data on them here. Probably haven't reported EPS yet. So far, not a lot of movement overnight, but with consumer confidence kind of bottoming out in April, yeah, this earnings might still just be okay, but next earnings on Costco might be a little worse. Feels like the market wants to go down, but bulls are trying to hold it up. I mean, so far they're successful. The MM's still protecting us from the worst of the downside moves, so. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow morning. Later.